Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We can take our seats. Without further ado, I'll call upon the first speaker, who is our host for this morning. She's the Regional Director, Eastern Southern Africa, Inlaks. She's a highly experienced country manager with a demonstrated history of working in the IT and telecoms industry. As the Regional Director for Eastern Southern Africa at Inlaks, she is skilled in sales, management, business development, and marketing across sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Edna Kimuro. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all. Our chief guest, Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, Susan Koech, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to the Inlaks Digital Summit in Nairobi, Kenya. Today, I'm specifically pleased to host you all as we showcase the future of banking in Kenya and the wider East African region. Inlaks is an information technology system integrator specializing in deploying dynamic technology solutions that serve customers across various African sectors. Over the last 42 years, Inlaks has consistently delivered cutting-edge products and services to the financial sector across sub-Saharan Africa. Central to our success with Temenos, we've been committed to delivering exceptional service to our customers, empowering their digital journeys within Kenya and across the globe. Inlaks has partnered with Temenos over the last 25 years to bring best-in-class core banking solutions to financial institutions across Africa. This partnership has enabled banks and the financial sector at large to remain competitive in the digital age by leveraging various innovative solutions. As we all know, core banking systems are a backbone of modern financial services, from seamless customer experiences to the agility needed to adapt in a fast, ever-evolving market. Core banking technology plays a pivotal role in the way banks operate and serve their customers. The advancement in this space are not only changing how financial institutions deliver services, but also how they embrace innovation and leverage data to drive growth with an artificial intelligent mindset. Once again, thank you for joining us. I look forward to exciting discussions today, and I hope you find both these discussions inspiring and insightful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Edna. Our next speaker is the keynote speaker for today. He's the CEO at Inlaks. He has a demonstrated history of working across a diverse range of industries, including ICT, manufacturing, oil and gas services, and agriculture throughout sub-Saharan Africa. He is skilled in business strategy, organization, capacity development, startups, growth management, and turnarounds in multiple industries. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the CEO, Henry Okolo. Thank you so much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, as we normally say it. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here with you. The location and foundation of fintech in Africa. I pay special compliments to the Central Bank of Kenya and to my good friend Walter, who is representing the Deputy Governor. What most people don't appreciate is that Kenya pioneered fintech, not just in Africa, ensure when you had M-Pesa, most of Europe or even parts of United States, we are yet to develop equivalent products. And in more recent times, central bank governors and executives are coming to Kenya to learn the magic you've performed in having the most valuable currency with significant appreciation and low inflation rate. So we commend you, and we are here to launch our digital summit and also work with you and explain our important product developed in partnership with Terminus, the country model bank. A little bit on ourselves in Inlaks. Over the past 45 years, we've evolved as the leading ICT and infrastructure services provider to the financial sector and other sectors in Africa, with footprints here in Kenya, entire East Africa, West Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana. We provide a range of services that my colleagues will talk about. In the area of banking, technology, and softwares, we've partnered with Terminus over the past 25 years, as my colleague Agnes said, to deliver best-in-class software solutions to financial institutions, cutting across all segments, from the regulators, central banks, to commercial banks, and down to microfinance banks. Today, Inlaks covers 8 central banks in Africa, 32 commercial banks, and over 300 microfinance banks. We drive the core banking systems and complementary products in partnership with Terminus. Of course, Terminus will talk about their operations, but suffice it to say that we are very proud to be associated with Terminus as the leading provider of banking software solutions globally. We are here to also launch the country model bank, and my colleagues will explain that in detail. In simple language, country model bank is about glocalization. Glocalization. That is, best global solutions with best fit customization in specific geographies. That is, customized global solution so that they're ready for regulatory compliance in domestic environment. So there'll be Kenya model bank, Rwanda model bank, etc. This assists with not only best fit, it also assists you with rapid deployment. So we are very proud of partnering with Terminus to launch the model bank. It enhances our position within sub-Saharan Africa as the #1 software solution and service provider in the continent. Of course, during today, we'll have multiple sessions. First, to explain the model bank in greater detail, and then move on to talk about aspects of technology, because I think what has happened all over the world, and it took most people by surprise, is that technology used to be a back office operation. And so people, you finish your daily transaction, and then the IT people will capture it. Well, today, operations is technology, and technology is operations. And we cover various aspects of that. Again, we'll talk about aspects of service delivery. We'll talk about our various products. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are very, very welcome to this session. And like I said at the beginning, we are very, very pleased to be in Kenya, the home place of FinTech. We are very pleased to be working with our partners in Terminus, and we look forward to serving you better. Thank you very much.
All right. We have learned a new term today, glocalization. Glocalization. Thank you very much. All right. The next speaker has over 25 years. He's smiling because he knows exactly what. He has over 25 years of leadership and IT experience, including 15 years in core banking solutions for universal banks, microfinance, savings and loans, pension and custodian, and various omnichannel and Oracle ERP sales. I don't know if he approved all this, but that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director, Inlaks, Olufemi Moreno. Thank you so much. Karibu sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I had, before we continue, I went for a program, and the prof said, I'm standing on the existing protocol. But he gave a caveat. He said, if the existing protocol is faulty, please hold the previous speaker responsible. So whatever existing protocol that is actually existing today, I'm standing on that. Thank you very much. We are here today. This slide. We're here today to actually talk about the country model bank. Like my CEO said, it's a glocalization. What it means is that you're looking at a solution that is actually acceptable universally, then be adopted to a specific country or a specific need, which is very, very important. Briefly, I'll just take you through some things. Why country model bank today? Why country model bank? Everybody said about country model bank, and we're actually here to launch the country model bank. Why? There must be some specific benefit for you to be able to drive a long-term benefit from such a solution. So I'll take you through and see some of the benefit for you, and you can derive also from the country model bank when it's adopted by your bank. Sorry, technology. I think one of the major areas of benefit for us to be able to drive when we talk about the country model bank is the scalability. You can actually scale your solution without actually going through multiple layers. Today, in several other aspects of some solutions, you practically have to develop everything from scratch. Cost efficiency is also important. The total cost of ownership and reaching the market is also critical, becoming a critical deliverables when it comes to solution today. And it's something that the CMB will be able to provide for you. Financial accessibility is also at the heart of this. Today, we're talking about financial inclusion across Africa, across the globe. Like my MD said, Kenya happens to be the pilot stage and the leading when it comes to this, and it's also very important. Are we there in East Africa? I think the answer is no. Yes, Kenya is not the only bloc in East Africa, but Kenya led the drive to be able to achieve the desired result. What are the core pillars? What are the core pillars for us to be able to drive this? There are three major core pillars that we look at today. Number one, it has to be technologically driven. It has to meet certain requirements. It's not the usual, we all know today, it's not the usual concept, but it's a different concept when it comes to delivering value. When we consider, I'm investing in technology, what am I supposed to get from there? Number two aspect of it is it has to be regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance is also very important today. You will appreciate that the central bank has aside from the monetary policy, also needs to ensure that whatever is delivered when it comes to payments is well guided and secured. Today, the fraudsters are not sleeping, neither are the hackers sleeping. But the central bank must ensure that every deposit of every individual is highly protected. The heart of every business is the customer. For every organization to be in existence and be able to survive, you need the customer to be able to deliver the required value. And if you look at this as well, for every solution you deliver today, you must have the customer in mind. And that's one of the reasons that the pyramid of us to succeed under the CMB is to actually deliver value to the customer. The CMB we've gone into partnership with Terminus with covers 4 major countries in the East Africa bloc. Number one is Kenya, where we are launching today. The next one is actually Rwanda, a neighboring country to this country. The next is also Tanzania, which will also be doing something similar shortly as well. And the last is Uganda. Why this bloc? I tell people, if you look at the total GDP of these 4 countries, we compete favorably with every other region in Africa. And when you look at the path of growth that is envisaged or projected by the World Bank and every other international organization, this bloc has the highest in terms of that. So we see a lot of value being derived in this region as well. It doesn't matter how you label it. We all say Kenya is actually financially included. Maybe there are little gaps, but you also appreciate it's not the same growth when you consider the 3 other countries mentioned today. Until everybody is able to have access to financial services, any country cannot say they are financially included in totality. So one of the drives for us today that we know quite well, there are still gaps for us to cover. There are still gaps for us to be able to do that. I jokingly tell somebody once, when the GSM came several years ago, my mother was of age. She couldn't no longer read very well. So I told her, I said, the mobile phone came and people are saying, he said, Femi, how will I be able to actually respond to the call? I said, okay, but you can still see two buttons. He said, yes. I said, when you're about to receive the call, press the green button. I said, when the call is over, press the red button. He said, Robert, if I want to make a call, I said, the numbers are like this. I had to teach her that. But one good thing she did very well before she passed on was that every time she wants to receive a call, she has to press the green button. When she's about to end that same call as well, she actually terminated that call with the red button. What I'm saying today, until we're able to teach every individual across East Africa bloc to deliver that financial services to them, I think we still have some journey to embark upon. High cost of operation is majorly a bottleneck for us across the globe today. And it's not really far-fetched because a lot of items we get today are denominated in US dollar, either in US dollar or related currency. So when there is challenge in any part of Africa, we had to grapple with the fact that we had to actually be able to see how do we convert this currency to US dollar. So that's a major bottleneck we have. Until we're able to render these services that is cost-friendly and everybody can have access to it, we still have quite an appreciable number of things to do. Another important aspect of it today is the fragmentation of infrastructure and several other solutions. Today, if you go to any specific bank, you will see a lot of them must have developed tons of software, or must have gone into collaboration with several other banks, several other service providers. Either you have something that is meeting your payment gateway, you have something that has to do with your HR, you have something that has to do with your banking services. Even under the banking services, you have several fragmented solutions. What the CMB is bringing on board is to be able to actually harness this opportunity and bring them under a single platform. What are the growth potential we have today across Africa? Number one, rising digital adoption is very important for us to be able to do. Fintech collaboration is becoming critical for us. You will appreciate today, irrespective of where you are based in Africa, the fintech are taking away the cake of the banks. Do you agree with that with me? They're taking away the cake of the bank because, number one, most of the retail operation has moved away from the typical bank to either the phone or other devices. Whether the future phone or any other thing, it has moved down there. Regulation is becoming more complex. It's becoming challenging because for you to be able to regulate, you must be ahead of the curves as well. That's a critical aspect that we also fill that gap based on our CMB deliverables. Key benefits. Key benefits. The banks will benefit from what we're talking about today. It's critical. The bank will talk about it. We benefit from it. The regulator will also benefit from it. It doesn't matter whether it's just the central bank and other regulators. We also benefit from it. The customer is the heart of the business. We also take an advantage, also be able to benefit from it. And then one of the benefits that gets across to the customer is enhanced financial services. Digital first experience is also very critical for us to be able to deliver the necessary value. Secure transaction cannot be overemphasized. Cybersecurity attack is on the rise, but we must be prepared to face this monster as we continue on this journey together. Inlaks' role in CMB. We are a preferred partner for terminals in implementing these in Kenya and the sub-region. And I can tell you, you have a partner you can trust in us. And that's something that I can tell you today. The other aspects, it's actually, you actually taking technology to the next level to deliver a lot of values. And that's something that we cannot wave away today. Several years ago, for some of those people that have been in the industry, IT industry, for the last 30 or 35 years, when I started my career, we had to actually do coding on what we call the punch card. How many of us remember the punch card? That will guess your age in this room. We started that on the punch card and went all the way, having to struggle with a lot of mini computers. In those days, you have 2 MBs RAM being lifted away from the aircraft, 2 MB. Today, you have several gigabytes on your flash drive, even on your phone. And the same is applicable when it comes to several other flash drive, other devices as well. So things are changing at the speed of light. Like Steve just said, he said, you must start thinking at the speed and executing at the speed of thought. We're no longer going to start executing and delivering value at the speed of light, but as you are thinking about it, you are executing. Because now, Time is money. It's not just time is money. Time is about money times multiple times. And that's the way things go. We also see you as our partner. We collaborate with the banks, with terminals to be able to deliver the needed results. And that's the critical, and that's the most critical aspect of this entire collaboration we're talking about today. Our ability to be able to deliver and ensure that that delivery is faultless. And where you have some level of challenges, Inlaks will rise to the occasion and be able to support you with terminals. And that's the key word I want to leave with everybody. Implementation roadmap, I'll look at it from 3 stages. Number 1, the first phase of it is for us to be able to research and have a discussion with you. Take a second look at what you need. What do we need to do with you together? Delivering solution today is no longer going to be a one-way traffic. It has to do with you discussing and knowing the path to go. The phase 2 of it is to look at the right fit solution that Terminus is providing that will fit into that ecosystem you are looking at and deliver the right value at the right time. And finally, we do a full-scale rollout. And don't forget, the CMB will steadily and continuously provide the necessary support. The reason I said that is that Terminus today is no longer living in the past. They are living in the future. And the future is very clear. Several solutions are being provided on AI today. There are various versions, various providers. DeepSeek we also realized recently. And within that as well. But I see a future where there will be an enhanced version of AI. And that is something that's already happening. ChatGPT has version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4. I'm sure very soon we have version 55. So you're going to have different versions, different flavor, and with a lot of enhancement to be able to deliver value to the customer. The heart of the entire delivery is actually the customer. And the customer is not just the customer of the bank. We are all customers for one service or the other in terms of financial services. I can tell you, in the last 5 years, I can tell you how many times I've been to the branch of any bank. Every transaction is done on my mobile devices, whether within and outside. So that's something that we know quite well has come to stay. How many of us remember the COVID era? The COVID, about 4 years ago, transformed financial services. I used to have an uncle, he would tell me, I don't want to do anything on my mobile devices. I don't want my money that I've earned over the years to disappear. But during the COVID, he had no alternative than to learn the ropes. And last year I saw him, I said, Uncle, do you still do your transaction? He said, today I learned it the hard way during COVID, but now I'm enjoying it. So these are critical, these are important. And finally, the success matrix. Operational efficiency is key to our deliverable. Number 2 is going to impact the customer. We are all here today because of who? Because of the customer. And finally, what I can tell you is that we are aligned to actually provide services that will make a difference. And our next step is to actually engage the customer, run through some level of workshop with them, and be able to deliver the right resources. And finally, our commitment is to ensure that Inlaks and yourself and with Terminus deliver the right resources at the right price, at the right time, at the right moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here we say asante sana, karibu. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to be having the next speaker. If you can project her. She's a seasoned banking technology professional with extensive experience in the fintech and payment sector across Africa. She possesses a deep understanding of leveraging emerging technologies to develop secure, robust, and user-friendly infrastructures for financial institutions and mobile money ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Fiona Conchela, the Sales Manager, East Africa Terminus. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. To our chief guest, Dr. Walter Onyinyo, to the leadership of Inlaks, to our distinguished guests from the banking sector, from technology companies, good morning. All right. So my name is Fiona Conchela, as I have been introduced. I am the sales manager for East Africa at Terminus. And Terminus is a global player in the co-banking and digital space with over 3,000 banking platforms leveraging our technology globally. Here in East Africa, we have 34 clients spanning across 6 markets. And they vary from large tier 1 banks to small microfinance institutions, which goes to show that indeed we are everyone's banking platform. It doesn't matter the size, it doesn't matter your portfolio, we are able to provide services to your banking institutions. We also are a partner-first organization. We believe in leveraging partnerships, working hand in hand with partners globally, and Inlaks being our regional partner, we believe in collaborative approaches to deliver value to our clientele globally. We also service commercial banks as well as regulators across various markets globally. Today I'll be highlighting what are the trends, what are we seeing in Terminus across Middle East and Africa in terms of where are banks, where are commercial banks, where are central banks spending and investing a lot more of their resources. And also, what is the outcome? Because in today's world, you need a clear ROI. There has to be a very clear return on your investment, and how can you measure that? Technology is no longer just an enabler. We are now looking at IT becoming a key driver for any financial institution. And the value of the investment has to be clear. We're also seeing a lot more investment across Middle East and Africa in big data, in machine learning, in the use of AI, in SaaS, software as a service, banking as a service, where banks are now commercializing by extending their core banking services to other fintechs and commercializing that as well. We're also seeing blockchain. A lot of our clients are now asking us, how can they leverage blockchain technology to enhance operational efficiencies? We're seeing a lot more mobile. Yes, I do. Thank you. We're also seeing a lot more mobile as well as social media services being utilized globally. The one critical area that a lot of our banks discuss on a day-to-day basis is how can we ensure that IT is meeting the key business objectives of your organization. Therefore, that business and IT alignment has to be very, very clear from the onset in acquisition of any technology. So the critical question is, where does the money go? Where are banks investing a lot more of their financial capability today? And a look at data across Middle East and Africa has shown in today's world, front office, which is what is in the lighter blue shade, that is where there has been a 6.1% year-on-year growth so far. And this will continue to rise until 2029. So with regards to investment, that is where, and I'm certain a lot of people here in the room, that is where the investment is going. They want to ensure that they are quicker to acquire a customer, quicker to service a customer, and now services are at the fingertips for both the old and the young combined. The investment in back-end systems, back office, middleware, still has maintained a steady growth, but it is not as rapid as what we have seen in front office or digital channel investment. We're also seeing a lot of emerging trends in neobanks or challenger banks, as we like to call them, where there's a lot more across the continent of challenger banks developing. And they're stemming from briefcase companies all the way to tier 1 banks actually developing their own digital banks. We've seen this here in the region, where this has become a clear strategy for a number of financial institutions. As you can see here, we've highlighted some of the key players across Middle East and Africa, and there's a lot more investment that will come into the neo-banking space into 2025 and beyond. AI, as mentioned by my predecessor, is a critical area of investment for a lot of banks. We're seeing a lot more talk about artificial intelligence. How can financial institutions leverage the use of AI to enhance certain aspects of their business? And some of the use cases that we have found as Terminos is the investment of AI is going into fraud detection. It's going into optimizing IT operations, increasing efficiencies. We're also seeing AI being used to utilize customer engagement and customer experience, knowing your customers' needs even before they come to you, preempting, predicting. That is what AI is being utilized for today. And if you're not using it, your competitors are. So it's something that we're seeing a lot more banks jumping on to leverage. We're also seeing this being utilized for risk assessment and credit scoring. Reviewing your customer's portfolio critically before lending to ensure that your NPL, your non-performing loans, reduce year on year is a clear area of investment for a lot of banks. And we're seeing that as well here in the region. So what is the digital behavior we're seeing across MEA, across Middle East and Africa? Some of the points have already been highlighted, but I'll just present some data-backed findings. Post-COVID, post the pandemic, there's a reduction by 30% of people walking into your branches. And this is not only here in East Africa, but it's globally. Of course, there's the traction of people walking into your branch when it's month end, and maybe they want to come in for a specific transaction, or during school fee season, where we're all lining up to pay our children's school fees. Those are the areas where we see a lot more peaks. But on an average, we have lessened people walking into your branch by 30%. And again, this backs the same data that I showed earlier of the increase in front office investment. That is what has peaked the rise in lessening your people walking into a branch. We're also seeing increase in mobile banking as well as internet banking by 40%, where people are more likely to transact with you, interact with you via mobile or internet instead of walking physically into a branch. Given our population across Africa, for instance, is largely a younger and youthful population, the more digital, the more savvy that a bank is, the likelihood of them retaining a number of younger bankers. We're also seeing a lot more investment in corporate banking. Sorry, I was trying to see the slide a bit better. In corporate banking. So corporate banking has been long overlooked for many years with a focus on retail, because retail is front. It's always at the forefront of a lot of the investment. But corporate banking has now become an area where we're seeing a lot more investment. And if any bank looks at the audited accounts, I'm certain the corporate banking deposits make up a huge chunk of their financials. So now a lot more investment is going into corporate banking. We're seeing corporate banking or SMEs demanding the same level of services being provided in retail banking, faster to market. They don't have to walk into a physical branch. They don't have to come and physically sign documents for transactions to happen. That digitization is more and more rapid, and we're seeing that increasing a lot more. The next area of investment that we are seeing is around, Okay. So some of these are very repetitive, as my predecessors have talked a lot about some of the challenges that we are seeing in the region, especially around infrastructure. I know in Kenya we sometimes are very spoiled because we have good speed in terms of internet, but that's not the same across multiple territories where there's more rural aspects of lack of infrastructure, and that's becoming more and more apparent, but banks are now seemingly going directly to customer. Agency banking is a critical area of investment to make banking services available to customers and very, very much in their neighborhoods and in their areas of living. Omni-channel access, this is also an area that I've spoke of. We're seeing a lot more emergence of this, high growth in fintech funding. We've seen a number of fintechs across Africa that are receiving numerous funding, and this is of course also leapfrogging a lot more investment and a lot more innovation in the region. So how are banks responding to these new entrants that are coming in and taking up a piece of their pie? We're seeing collaboration is a critical area. There's a lot more collaboration between telcos, between fintechs, as well as financial institutions. And that collaboration is evident by the growth that we are seeing in a lot of the banks here in the region. We're also seeing a lot more building of digital banks. NCBA with Loop, for instance, where people develop their own independent digital bank within the financial sector. So this is going to become a lot more rapid and a lot more growth in this area. Similarly, across the region, Bank of Abyssinia in Ethiopia with Apollo, a purely digital bank. So a lot more of these are expected to continue to be on the rise. So a look at Africa's electronic payments. So this is expected to grow by 152%. Because post-COVID, there's been that acceleration, but it has not stopped. We're going to see a lot more growth, a lot more investment, a lot more usage of electronic means of performing transactions. So this is where the investment needs to go. This is where a lot of our banks need to focus a lot of their attention on by building robust systems. And I'm not here to sell to you any technology today, but I think research will show that we are one of the leading partners. So what is expected in 2025? So according to some of the research that I was going through, we're seeing a lot more foreign investment coming into Africa. And markets, I'll give an example of Ethiopia, that was very closed off for the longest time, is now opening itself up. We're seeing a lot more collaboration with banks, even here in the region. We're seeing a lot more willingness to partner, a lot more willingness to invest. And of course, that is why even as Terminus, we believe partnerships are indeed important. And the partnership with Inlaks, especially around the country model bank, globalizing, building local resourcing to ensure that your bank can scale on a global level is extremely crucial. So I'll tackle two areas where we'll see a lot more investment. Retail banking is pretty straightforward because we've already seen a lot of investment going into retail banks. I look at challenges as opportunities because where there's a challenge, there's always an area of opportunity. Just depends on your perspective of how you look at it. We are seeing, even here in the region, Equity Bank expanding into becoming a mobile virtual network operator. We're seeing Fast Bank in Nigeria, where they're tackling infrastructure limitations by agency banking. We're seeing a lot more cross-border interactions and cross-border payments. All these are shows and signs that indeed there's still growth. Even in the aspect of limitations, there's still an opportunity that can be tackled. With regards to SME and corporate banking, this is an area where we're seeing a lot more funding, a lot more investment going in. Of course, we've seen some of the challenges like limited access to credit. But the regulator, like here in Kenya, for instance, where the regulator has reduced, there's been a reduction in the lending rates. These are ways in which we can increase access to credit for a lot of our SMEs. We're also seeing a lot more banks offering credit and funding options for SMEs for that accelerated growth to continue to happen. High transaction costs is another limitation, and we're hoping that this can be reduced with time, because the cost of doing a transaction is extremely high, and this is continuously still something that needs to be addressed. The last is a regulatory environment. As much as we're privileged here in Kenya to have a regulator who is more open to collaboration and dialogue, that's not the same in a lot of markets across Middle East and Africa. So we're hoping that they will learn from our regulator, and perhaps we'll see a lot more change and a lot more dialogue in many other regions across the continent. Lastly, wealth. This is another area where we're seeing a lot more growth, is in wealth management. And the reason for wealth is younger people are looking at how can they grow their portfolio, how can they grow their funds, how can they invest more. And this is in money markets, this is in treasury bills and bonds. So this is an area where we're seeing a lot more investment going in, and I'm hoping that we can also see that tapping into that area here in the region as well. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you found this to be insightful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I am more keen on the wealth management. All right. Next up, I'd like to call, I think it's time for the official address by the Central Bank of Kenya, and it is my singular pleasure to welcome Dr. Walter Onyino, who's the Director of ICT at the Central Bank of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Today, I stand here to represent the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank. And I thought I was just coming to read the speech which I have with me. I didn't have something that I was sharing, and we make good out of this. Allow me to just go through the speech from the Deputy Governor, who would have loved to be here today, but is engaged with the market with a number of issues that we are currently working on. But no issues in the market. The market is stable, the numbers are good, and we are really having fun. For those of you who play golf, now you'll see me on the golf course because the numbers are good. When the interest rate is going the other direction, my handicap follows. But today, we are honored to be here at this digital summit, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers and acknowledge the presence of esteemed banking and fintech leaders and technology partners. We gather to discuss a theme that is crucial for our industry: innovation for tomorrow. Digital transformation is not just a buzzword in our industry. It is a significant force reshaping Kenya's banking industry. The collaboration between regulators, financial institutions, and technology providers is essential to drive this innovation. And I would like to confirm that our collaboration goes beyond borders. This May we'll be hosting all the governors from the East African community, and some of the things that then we discuss, we see how do we pass them across the region. Kenya has come a long way in its journey to banking modernization. When some of us joined the industry, we were writing our own banking software using Visual Basic. But today, we are also using the products that we see around here, so I can confirm that they do work. We have transitioned from the traditional banking models, and now we move to digital-first approaches. Mobile money and digital payments has revolutionized the financial inclusion in the country. Not just not just in Kenya, but across East Africa. Our regulatory measures have been pivotal in supporting digital banking and fintech innovation, and we remain open to fostering more inclusive financial ecosystems. Technology will continue to play a critical role in the evolution of banking, and adopting advanced technologies such as AI, cloud computing, data analytics is enhancing banking efficiency, adapted to support these new technologies as and public sector collaboration is vital in fostering a resilient and inclusive financial system. Looking ahead, the central bank envisions the next phase of banking transformation in Kenya to be driven by regulatory compliant innovation. We encourage financial institutions to embrace this change, and continuous investment in talent, infrastructure, and research is crucial for sustained growth. We urge that you take us along as a central bank, because we don't want to come in at the end when you're asking us, is this legal? Does this fit this and that? We are happy to co-create in such a way that the products then come out already compliant, rather than us being at the tail end of things. So in conclusion, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting technological advancement in the financial sector, and encourage all stakeholders to leverage the insights from this summit for strategic decision-making. Let us work together, embrace technology-driven solutions, and adopt customer-centric strategies to shape the...
For a very insightful panel discussion led by my brother, Norman Mudibo, who's in the building. So we can take coffee for the next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And then at around 10:40, 10:45, we come back into the hall for the panel discussion. I have a lost and found, is it iPods or iPads? Something like earpods, yes. So if they belong to you, kindly, oh, they're yours. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Audio Jungle.
formerly working at NTV, and currently a media and communication advisor to the CEOs, cabinet secretaries, among many others. He's also a corporate MC and a moderator. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage, Norman Budibo. Wapi makofi yake? Thank you so much.
Hi guys. Uko sawa? If you're a Kenyan, you're seated next to our very good friends from Nigeria. And let me admit, I've made now a couple of friends from Nigeria. Yeah? So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Will form really the gist of our discussion, conversation, this session. We have an exceptional panel of experts to help us answer this question. Please join me in welcoming representatives from some of the leading Kenyan banks. And of course, we cannot forget our host, Inlaks, a major force in African ICT world. Let us explore this together. Your questions, ladies and gentlemen, are important. So what I'll be looking forward to is once we have the panel discussion and we've heard from the experts, I will throw this to the audience because we would also like, and I'm sure once you hear the illuminating discussions and what will be shared, definitely there'll be some questions, some clarification you'd want to really find out from this. I can see Conchella really rushing because I was just about to call your name, so I was, really buying time. So ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, let's explore this together. Your questions, once again, are important, and we will have time for them later in the session. Now, let me just set the tone, the context for this. And just like the speakers who were there earlier on, I'm a guy who likes numbers, data. Numbers, data. And I'm sure you do too. So therefore, in Kenya, the digital banks market is expected to witness a significant increase in what then is referred to as net interest income. So this will reach around, and this is statistics, this will reach around some 271.3 million USD this year. And this is according to Statista. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a 2015 study of bankers revealed their perceptions of digital banking's potential. Customer relationship improvement was seen as the biggest opportunity. This then at 47%. Certainly this number has moved up. Followed by competitive advantage, which is at 44%. A new customer acquisition at 32%. Now, cost savings work on say ladies first. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me. She is a seasoned digital delivery ambassador. That's how she calls herself. But there is a title with over 15 years of experience in banking operations. As the CIO of retail banking at NCBA, which, by the way, I must admit, that is my bank, she's accountable for the delivery of retail strategic initiatives while ensuring they align with the bank's strategy to embed customer obsession. I can go on and on and on. But ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome on stage Georgina Mukami Odhiambo. Kindly. Very good, very good. Please, welcome. Feel free to sit anywhere. The next one is a gentleman. Now, this gentleman, in my previous life, I had the opportunity to interact with him as a business anchor and journalist. The gentleman is the Director of Technical Services at the Kenya Bankers Association. He is responsible for the coordination of initiatives geared towards enhancing technology and operations for the banking industry. In his role at the association, he heads the technology, operations, and project management areas. including new industry market development initiatives. I will not go on and on, but he will be able to say. So ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Fidelis Muya to please come on stage. Thank you very much. The next one, she bamboozled us with numbers, statistics, figures, and all that. And I admitted that I was busy really typing here. She calls herself a technology enthusiast with a demonstrated history of working in the fintech and payment sector across Africa. She is an advocate in leveraging emerging technologies to create secure, convenient, and seamless infrastructures for financial institutions and mobile money ecosystems. I think by now you already know to call on stage next. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Fiona Conchella, Sales Manager, East Africa Terminal. The next one is, and she was also here, she's the Regional Director, East and Southern Africa, Inlaks. She's highly experienced with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and telecoms industry. She's skilled in sales, management, business development, and marketing across sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Edna Kimura. Please. The next gentleman, I think I saw him around. With over 20 years experience in the IT industry, he has developed a strong track record of delivering value-added technology, solutions, and services to multinational corporations across the continent. His core competencies include strategic management, customer relationship management, people management, business development, project and consultancy. He has successfully led and executed key projects with broad scope and huge budgets. He has also established a collaborative and effective IT structure that aligns with the business growth and objectives where he works. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Simon Njuguna Bogo, the Director ICT at the National Bank of Kenya, NBK. And lastly, there was this gentleman. He is a seasoned IT and banking technology expert with over 15 years experience in core banking systems, software development, IT operations, and currently serving as the head of banking systems operations at KCB Bank Group. Peter Mogusu, are you around? Yes, yes, yes. Please welcome Peter Mogusu, the head of banking systems operations, KCB Banking Group. So I want now to start with Terminus. Yes, yes. So in this particular session, and specifically to what I'm going to ask you, we just want you to provide some insights, and we'll be looking at insights around cloud-based core banking and its impact on operational efficiency. So just to kick us off, how is Terminus really leveraging technology to enhance core banking system? Conchella.
Thank you, Norman. So I was ecstatic when I had Dr. Walter Onino talk about SaaS on stage here today, because for us, SaaS, software as a service, is a critical area where we're putting a lot of investment into, because also we're trying to ensure that customers and clients that we service have the best access to infrastructure, to manage service, to ensure that they can, to ensure uptime and delivery of our services. So we are investing heavily around SaaS. But here in the region as well, we have a number of investments going in, and Country Model Bank is one of those investments, because it's ensuring that we can provide local solutions to our clients through partnerships. Yeah.
Just as a follow-up, during your presentations, you really shared some very, very illuminating figures, and especially this touched on AI and how banks are really leveraging newer technologies to really, shape up their banking operations. And of course, there's some projections as to how this then will contribute to the bottom line. Would you want to really expound on that?
So gone are the days where people want to manually extract data. Because in the past, for instance, when you would operate a core banking system or any system whatsoever, you would have to manually extract data. But now with data streaming, with artificial intelligence, you can actually have near real-time data. And also this allows banks to make decisions based on the predictions of these numbers. So it's imperative that more investment from our clients come in around artificial intelligence as well.
Mm-hmm. I want now just to pick up the conversation, and this referring to you, Edna. We are looking at Inlaks' role really in driving this adoption and digital banking transformation. We just want you to just let this distinguished audience know how is Inlaks really positioning itself, of course, working with the different partners that were alluded to earlier in the different speeches that we had earlier. How is Inlaks positioning itself as a leader in digital banking transformation? And earlier on, there were some figures that were shared. Would like you to then expound this further.
Thank you very much. I think the previous speakers have spoken quite a bit on this as well, around banking industry, what has happened over the last couple of years. And Inlaks has been at that forefront. Over the last 42 years, we've been in the market working with financial institutions to actually see how we can best cater to customers. So that means we've actually been partners, both banks, and also engaging their customers to see what is it that they want to achieve around banking services. And we've seen an evolution of this over the years. And through partnership with the likes of Temenos, we've been able to ensure we meet those expectations. So the other area I would also want to mention is ensuring that we are also up to the task when it comes to service delivery.
Yeah.
Talking about our teams, how to ensure our delivery is up to par in the time expected, and even before because sometimes you'll talk about you want to do a project in 12 months. How can you ensure you meet that expectation and even surpass it? We've seen through our training and capacity building within the organization, we've managed to train over 100 consultants with over 1,000 certifications with Temenos. And through the years, Temenos has also recognized Inlaks as a leader in training of resources to ensure we deliver the best to customers as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So just a follow-up question. As we do this, probably, and I'm sure the audience would really like to benefit from what you're going to share next. And this touches on, as you interact with the very many banks that you have interacted with, of course, working with Temenos as one of your big, really, partners. What are some of these challenges that we've been able to pick out as we work to really deepen digital banking in the various markets that you're working in? What are some of these challenges that banks are facing, and especially when migrating to core banking? And how have you managed to really help them and therefore ensure that the objectives are met, and therefore in terms of client experience, this is also really embedded as you go through this process?
That's a very good question. I'm sure my colleague here, Simon, knows the challenges they go through as they consider whether they'll upgrade or they'll change our core banking. Some of the challenges we've seen our customers actually experience, and they've also vocalized this as we go through the project, is first and foremost is how are you going to ensure you have the right core banking partner or the solution? So in this case, the likes of Terminus, if you choose the right vendor to actually work with you to ensure your core banking is done properly, they are doing the R&D to ensure that the services are as per market requirements. So we've seen partnering with the right core banking vendor is very important, because during our delivery, in some cases, you experience bugs in the software. So how does the vendor ensure that they're there with you, working with you through the project to ensure these are addressed together with the various banks? So we've seen that being a major factor in choosing the right partner. Then also, we've also seen areas such as how do you ensure during your project delivery or project execution that anything to do with security is addressed. Because we've seen in some cases where you're going through your project, security breach happens, fraud happens. So these are some of the areas banks are very skeptical when they're looking at, why do I want to go through that pain? But you also have to address this in good time and put the necessary measures in place. So we've experienced this with our customers across Africa, and we have these continuous conversations. And in line with this, we've become more of a consultant, an advisor on what is the best approach in ensuring that you have a seamless, painless execution. Because we've seen this become a career-limiting move for most of the CIOs in the industry. So this is very critical, and we understand their pain. So we normally have conversations. What are the expectations? Advise them what are the things they need to put in place to have a good project, and of course, most importantly, their customers. So the other area that is very important for the banks, especially around such large commitments for banks, is how are you carrying along your customers? Because at the end of the day, you're doing this to enable you serve them well. So communication, what is your communication strategy around how do you engage your stakeholders so that they know maybe there'll be a service disruption at this time. Even internally, the people using the core banking, actually bank staff, you don't want to experience resistance in terms of using that particular core banking. So these are conversations that are very critical for the bank, and we've seen sometimes this can become a major setback or challenge.
Thank you. We now want to, and we've mentioned a very important thing, in terms of when you are choosing your partner, your core banking partner, you really have to ensure that you make certain considerations. And it's good. And before I come to the industry, Kenya Bankers Association, we are represented here by 3 of the leading banks in Kenya. And I just want to share a story. But once upon a time, I was seated in a meeting, and this message and I was in. So I received this message that I am doing, at that same time of having a meeting, that I'm doing a transaction somewhere in Perth. I was really concerned. But the short, in a nutshell, is the bank I was with to have your core banking partner. As you considered, of course, Inlaks to do this together with the terminals. Just want you to shed some light. What were the considerations? And could you also provide some just practical insights into how you've adopted the cloud technology, bearing in mind the security. You're able to ensure that clients such as me, and of course those who are in the audience, do not have to undergo this. You can share your experience and what are some of those considerations, just to pick up from where Edna has left. Simon.
How to package them.
I was putting my journalistic cape on.
Yeah,
yes.
So,
okay.
For quite a number of years, I've done this I've done upgrades, systems upgrades, core banking upgrades for probably the last 12 years. And I have all sorts of experiences across East and Central Africa with different core banking systems. So when I came to NBK and I was supposed to lead the core banking migration, and there was a very compelling case as part of KCB Group. The timelines were very short and very strict, and I had to vote of issues. I hope that was part one of your question of technology to third parties. So traditionally, for us who have been in this long, we know we have built data centers, small server rooms that we used to call data centers, that we kept struggling even how to cool them, because when the servers become too hot, there's a challenge and so on and so on. But this has evolved over time, and now we can outsource that data center to a third party, either to their own equipment, or we buy our own equipment and move them there. That's the first bit of data center co-location. We've done that. That works well. The second one, or rather the other level, is you outsource everything and say, I don't even want to know where, for instance, this electricity comes from. All I want is at the end of the month, you bill me for the services that I utilize. And that's where the cloud computing comes in now. It comes with its own challenges, but it comes with massive and massive benefits. One, you have no issue of thinking about the upgrades. And if you ask any CIO or any director of IT sitting here, the biggest challenge we have is how do you patch? We are never at par with patching. The upgrades are a challenge. You need to upgrade today. After 6 months, you need to upgrade again. The third one is legacy. You buy this stuff. After a while, it's, you're told it's end of life, end of support, whatever, you need to buy again. And these are the challenges we face with our boards. Every time you're like, you were here not so long ago. You told us that thing is to an operational cost. That one is it's an easy language even to convince board and management. But it comes with its own challenges. One, you don't know where your systems are. And unfortunately, most of our conventional leaders over the years, they want to see. If I ask you, I want to see my emails. I want to come to that box and see which one carries my emails. Yes. But then the good Gmail that has thousands and thousands, you don't even know where it is. So over time, the conversation is changing, that I don't even need to know where my mails or my transactional data is, and so on and so on. But it comes with the challenge of cyber security, or rather, you don't know whether your data, whatever it is well protected. Yeah. So you need to secure that appropriately with some cyber security strategy that is co-shared with the provider. And we have had airlines that have lost customer data and leaked all over, and all multinationals go through this kind of challenges. So you need a proper strategy. You also need maybe to onboard a third party who will be co-checking for you, particularly on the interfaces, the interface between what the third party provides and the consumer end, from where you consume. You need somebody to be continuously checking that interface for security and safety to ensure that everything runs appropriately. And then the third one is you need a proper SLA that provides those services to your customers within a given threshold or within a given timeline. Anything beyond that, our customers don't know that our services are running from elsewhere. So they still look at us to provide that services within a given agreed timeline. So you have to secure that with a clear SLA that is contracted appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam. You've really made my work easier, because we've preempted the next question, which was around security measures. But at a point, would want us to dwell more on this. As you were explaining, I was watching Peter. I was watching Peter. He was also smiling. But Peter, I want you to, first of all, park a little. Later on, Fidelis, I will ask around the regulatory guardrails. that banks should really consider, and how you again also interact with the banks as their lobby group. But I want to come to Georgina. Georgina, how do you then, leveraging cloud technology, how do you ensure that it works and it addresses not just the banking needs as a bank, but also the clientele? So we're talking about customer experience, especially in the area that you are in, retail banking, but also as you do this, and we're in the era of driving financial inclusion. Anything and everything that you're doing in the industry, we want to see as many as possible, being brought into the banking industry and all that. So just want some your take and perspective, how you've managed to leverage cloud computing to ensure that customer experience is top-notch, but at the same time ensure as many are captured into the, or are brought into the fold. Georgina.
Thank you so much, Norman, and also for my fellow panelists. I think the stage has been set that at the core of everything is the customer. So let's look at the customer profile. What does the customer want? It's warranty, that this service will do what it is supposed to do, when it's supposed to do it, and how I expect it to be done. Secondly, let's also touch on, with respect to financial inclusion, it's always about availability and accessibility. So let me circle back first on warranty, and Simon really talked well about this, in terms of uptime for the customer. When I need to use the app, when I need to use a service, and I do not know where this service is hosted, I really do not care, but I just want it to do what I need it to do whenever I want. So leveraging off cloud gives that advantage, that you have an always-on service. Not only always on, but it is redundant. If you have a failure in one sector or in one cluster, you can easily come up. Of course, techno enthusiasts are, in the middle. You can still achieve this with the hardware that I have. I can have high availability. But it is how fast are you able to recover from outages? How fast are you able to spin up solutions? Remember, for the customer, it is when I want it, how I want it. And customers are very interesting. I'll see something today and ask, how come it is not in your service? How come it is not there? So the time it takes to release products is a factor of how your infrastructure is also set up. So then cloud gives us that we can have things in the market as fast as possible. Going back to accessibility and availability. With the rise of internet and mobile phones means we have access to as much services, much more than what we had before. And Fiona covered this, that a lot of work is being done at the front office. So in order to have majority of everything taken care of the front office, you have to have a back office or a back end that supports it well. This is how cloud then comes in. What we've seen and what I've also experienced is that a robust infrastructure that takes care of accessibility and availability is what the customer needs. So what are some of the things that we may think about? How then is our infrastructure set up? Sometimes it's not one size all fits. It's about thinking of the 80-20. And we achieve 80-20 with cloud. In terms of accessibility, to provide a service, it's going to cost you something. It is going to cost a lot more to do some certain things on particular set of hardware. Not to talk badly about our providers, but sometimes it is easy to do something when you have an infrastructure that certain things have already been taken care of. Simon mentioned it. I don't care about the electricity. I don't care about anything. Just bill me at the end of the month. So that allows us to think about then how do we deliver this service in a better way, cost-effective for the customer. So that's how we bring in the inclusion, because it's from an accessibility perspective and also availability. Thank you, Norman.
Thank you. You've alluded to the question I wanted to ask, Peter. But one take for me is the redundancies that it provides, and the assurances around, accessibility and all that. So this, again, also speaks to some of the operational efficiencies that then these have. So therefore, Peter, just want you to share also, what are some of these operational efficiencies that you've managed to gain based on the experience of KCB, especially migrating to cloud-based system, and what advice would you give banks who are considering digital transformation in 2025? And I've seen a few of the microfinance banks that are here. I've had a conversation with some of them. So what are some, what is the advice you can give, but also allude to some of the operational efficiencies that we've managed to gain, having then migrated to cloud-based systems?
Thank you. Well, to begin with, before a journey is embarked, particularly to either transform the digital space within the areas that we operate in, or just migrating to cloud, there is an intention and a purpose that we need to achieve. So what we have done, because we've done a number of attempts to digitize our space, improve our operational efficiencies, as well as provide the customer what Eugene was talking about. The customer expects, what the customer anticipates, rather than the statistics that you earlier shared, 47%, and the competitiveness. I think initially the banks were focusing on the competitiveness, totally forgot about the customer expectation. So we need to set a baseline of first where we are, what we need to do, and how do we get there. And so what we did is review our current operating model with the business in mind. Here we have to define, and which we did, the business imperative, the reasons why we need to transform or move to cloud. We need to assess the current capability that we have, as well as the capacity to utilize those capabilities based on the services that are provided by the, either if moving to cloud, the CSPs, what they provide, as well as the technology that is available. Based on that then, it gives a baseline of where we are and where we need to be, and how do we need to transition in between there. So that's as a starting point. Then start to plan strategically, how do we achieve all that we intend to do. We need to wow the customer. We need to reduce our operational costs. We need to bring value to the shareholder. And then how do we execute? Which model do we use? Do we have the correct capacity? Do we have the sufficient skill set to do so? And then how do we govern ourselves to deliver all that, from the business case to the execution and customer retention, as well as the shareholder value retention. So this is what, it's a journey that we've tried a couple of times. I think for the last 1 year or so, we managed to some of the transformations that we set out to deliver. For starters, is on the technology itself. Simon put it across very well. We have a group shared service kind of operation, and we leverage across most of the strengths and correct some of the weaknesses. And part is migrating some of the services that we had on-premise to cloud. And of course, as I said, it's the intention and the business that drives towards that, and how we measure and execute. So we have adopted a cloud-first strategy. Whatever that we need to implement within either getting a new system, a solution, or a business product, we look cloud first. Do that assessment. Does it bring value? How much will it cost? Before we consider other options. Secondly, it's on the delivery model. This, from my experience within this bank, as well as other places I've worked, execution becomes a stumbling block. And the shareholders, the leadership get impatient when the technology, the funding has been provided, but you are unable to execute in the time and space that has been provided. So within our space, we've adopted within technology first and scaling towards the business side, that the Spotify type of implementation model of Agile, where we have tribes and we allocate the business, because the business is what drives what we need to implement. It's no longer a technology-led kind of implement, but we work together. So the delivery model is what will define how you implement and the output that is expected. That's first part of the question. Going to the second bit. So what would we advise? Yes, you need to be honest as an institution or a business leader or a technology leader to yourself and to your colleagues and to the customer of what you need to do. And this is what we're in the banking industry. Trust is a currency, apart from what we keep in the banks. Our vaults should always be full of trust. The customer trusts that we need to keep their money safe. We need to give them products that are transparent. And there are a lot of capabilities that come with the transformation and moving to cloud. So I'll advise, yes, look cloud first. Focus on automation to reduce some of the operational costs. It will increase some of the, actually provide opportunities for additional revenue streams with analytics. And here, basically, it speaks to what Georgina mentioned earlier, that this customer has an expectation not only to provide what they have signed for, but the bank ought also to suggest, based on analytics, based on AI that we have earlier speakers alluded to, that you can be able to assess and provide generate additional data based on the transactions that I do on a daily basis and provide me a product. Lastly, I would like to just mention on the human factor. We forget most of the time that the technology is available, the capability is available. We need to execute, but the people to execute actually are us, focusing on a customer and led by a leadership that has that vision to execute. So at this point in time, the customer has moved that cheese, he's thrown a gauntlet that you need to give me more with a cherry on top. So I need this. And for us as technology leaders and also the business leaders, come up with these solutions and execute. But the leadership also, as part of how to deliver and also provide support. So I'll look at those factors and advise the banks as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've noticed since morning, there is a constant word that has been used, whether it is the presentations or even the speeches. At the center of all that we are doing, the customer is at the center. At the center of anything and everything that you're doing, we want to improve the customer experience, because being able to really bring on board a customer, being able to retain them, that has certain implications and also some outcomes. As we do this, and shortly, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be coming to you, and I'm sure you have questions that you want to ask our distinguished panel of experts, but I will come to you shortly. We want now to listen to the lobby group, the Kenya Bankers Association. Now, as you know, the banks go through all this partnership with those that are providers of technology, those that do provide the platforms, those who act as facilitators and enablers. What are the regulatory considerations that as we interact with the industry, the banks should or must address when adopting cloud-based solutions? And secondly, how can the industry really, how can we be able to improve the collaboration in the industry to ensure that what the bank's representatives in this panel have mentioned around operational excellence? How is that interaction?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me, brothers from the West, thank you very much for inviting me. I learned a new word today called global localization or something. Somewhat.
Globalization.
Reminded me of my favorite author called Chinua Achebe. And he tells a story of an African who went to learn the white man's thing and then came home. And on coming home, they invited him to address them. And they were not suitably impressed because he did not globalize what he had learned. And according to them, he spoke is and was. So I don't want to be too technical in what I'm doing because all of you are technical, and so I'll speak in is and was. The globalization of what we are talking about is very relevant, especially in a cloud environment. Why? A regulator's ultimate responsibility is to the customer, the banking public. And when everything goes wrong, the regulator is the one who's asked, where were you when this went wrong? To that extent, the importance of the data in a bank is of critical interest to the regulator. Because today, the bank is not the building. Those days when you used to have bank runs, people would rush to the bank to get their money before the bank is closed. Today, the bank can be closed at midnight because the customers have withdrawn all their money. And the regulator doesn't know because at the end of the day, the bank operates 24/7.
Yeah.
So customers have the banks in their hands. So the regulator needs to be ahead of the game and be able to identify. Now, if a bank goes down, it's senseless for the regulator to go to the headquarters of the bank to put the notice they used to put that this bank is under statutory management. Because they can't stop the money going. It's the data that is the most critical asset the regulator wants. So it is very important the regulator knows where this data is sitting. Because if the regulator needs to close a bank, they need to know where is the data. If they know where the data, that there is protection of their data wherever it is sitting. So those data privacy regulations become very critical to ensure that customers trust that whatever the banks are doing is actually relevant and is able to then be protected in their interests. The other thing we are looking at is resiliency. It's very nice to have data sitting in a cloud, but if that cloud provider goes down, then you are cooked because you have no control over that data center. The CIO does not know where the data is, and the board will ask the CIO, where is our data? So you need to know that this cloud provider has resiliency. The systems are always up. I mentioned about 24-hour service. Customers don't care. They want their data on their mobile phone. They want to transact in the middle of the night. They don't want to hear that our cloud provider is down and we are bringing services. There are stories about Friday afternoons. I don't know if any of you have experienced that. Friday afternoon, everybody is having problems because all the people are transacting at the same time. So the reliability of your cloud provider to facilitate access at that critical time is important. So the regulator needs to know that you are able to provide the service when it is needed. The other thing we are talking about is cybersecurity. If you are onboarding a cloud provider, then you need to know how secure is this cloud provider, how secure is my data moving, and where it is stored. Because again, at the end of the day, if the data is basically exposed, the regulator will come for the bank because you are the one who is responsible for the third-party requirements to make sure that the regulations and whatever they are required to do, they have been done because the regulator looks at you as the bank. They are not interested in who you have at the bank. So third party is very, very important for who you select to ensure that the SLAs meet the requirements of the regulator. So I could go on and on, but I think I'll stop there for the time being.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you have some questions or areas you need some clarification. Kindly let's have some mics surrounding, rather going round. Yes. That's the team from Caritas. That is a microfinance in Kenya. So we can take a couple of questions so you can introduce yourself and also the question or the clarification that you seek from any of the panelists. Please welcome, sir.
My name is Davis Murioki, head of ICT Caritas. The regulation question is very key, and I was very attentive. And also, as Central Bank was saying, about the new regulation about cloud hosting. So could we be in a position to know the latest from CBK probably, so that we also tie with the cloud policies? Thank you.
Thank you. So another, I think we can take some set of 5 questions, 3 to 5 questions, then allow the panelists to speak into those questions. Any other from the audience? Any other from the audience? This time round, a lady. I want to be as gender sensitive as I can be. From this side? Anyone from this side? From the middle? Okay, I think we can, Fidelis, you can tackle it, and then of course also we can hear from the Director of ICT at CBK. But Fidelis, you can have a go, and then shall give the opportunity to the CBK Director of ICT. Please, Fidelis.
Thank you. As you mentioned, the cloud policy through the government was released, and this basically guides the public in terms of what considerations the government expects of cloud implementations in the country. In a nutshell, it is giving the safeguards around what the country, in the interest of the country, the cloud solution should be. And for us as an industry, what we are looking at is the certainty that, number one, we can deploy cloud solutions and how we can go about them. And because the regulator is here, I don't want to speak for him. So I let him say what he expects of you. Then we can translate that to is and was after he has spoken. Yes.
Okay, Daktari, Walter, you can use one of the mics.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you,
please
Norman.
proceed. Yes.
Let me just stand probably here.
Yeah, there is okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've worked with Fidelis since those days we were doing server rooms, not data centers. But yes, here we are, and cloud is with us. And back to the regulator's view of cloud, we've always had regulations that guide on what the bankers and financial institutions do. So we have guidelines around cloud and so on, but these were more of how do you ensure we are safe? How do we do safe banking and so on? And is cybersecurity taken care of? There are things that accreditation that you get from international bodies to know that whatever provider is giving and so on. And we definitely then are moving to the point where government is opening up the space. The Kenya cloud policy was approved by cabinet, I think 3-4 weeks back. And this is to open up that space. So what government is saying is we don't have to do our own data centers. It's opening up space that, and we are going to see a lot more cloud providers having cloud infrastructure in country. Will definitely get into areas where if then a cloud provider is across, say in Rwanda, for instance, then would have government level discussions to the point that what are those things that we need to ensure are taken care of. I'm the guy that used to be called at 4 a.m. in the morning to go and close a bank. And I don't miss that time. And these cross-border issues are actually real. And I closed down Imperial Bank, and they were hosting in a third-party data center. I mean, all this information is out there, and you can remember there was Imperial Uganda, who didn't think that they needed to host servers in Uganda. So it was a sort of a cloud hosting in Kenya. But since I used to go to the data center and switch them off, I switched off Imperial Uganda. And Imperial Uganda, which did not have problems, went down. So there are real policy issues that come with this and real issues that then need to be discussed. We've had incidents where we have regulatory action on financial institutions, but they are hosting their things in Google Cloud in South Africa, and they have their lawyers in Ireland, and then you tell them that the Kenyan law, they tell you we don't know that. So, and those are then being ironed out, and the cloud policy that has come out has given a framework on how then we put all those together. So if you have to host, definitely we are asking, can we do it in country? If it has to be out of the country, then the answer is not no. The answer is, how do you safeguard the things that we want to know? And this is opening up the space. So, and as we realize, we can't all build data centers. And let's then focus on the things that we need to do. And definitely with this dispatch, I'm sure we'll be reviewing the guidelines from the central bank on what the cloud provision should be. 10 years ago, the answer was a plain no. But that is changing, and now we'll be reviewing that to also align with the new government cloud policy. And the beauty of it is we also have to follow the same cloud policy. So we totally understand what it means and so on. But this is one of the emerging areas, and happy to keep engaging on how we go through. And this is where Fidelis is telling him, we'll need to be meeting again. Because you bring all the people together, then we can sit down and see how then things move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. I think there is much more to talk, and I'll pick from where the CBK Director has mentioned. We need to have more of this. And this, because I have the mic, appealing to the Inlaks leadership, we'll need to have more. And based on the conversations that we are having, there's still some more that we need to discuss. But ladies and gentlemen, I will need to bring this to a close, but not until the lady has asked her question. So thank you for heeding to my call. So there's a lady over there. Please, your name, the institution or entity, and to whom.
Okay.
Please.
My name is Tracy Achieng. I'm the founder of Digimark Communications Agency. So I'll just read one of the questions that I jotted down as I was listening. So beyond reliable transactions, how are you building trust and fostering meaningful relationships with customers in the digital realm, especially including those who are less digital or technical savvy? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So is that to each of the panelists? Because
yes, any one of them can pick it up.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'd want to bring
individual up to our corporate customer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Simon?
Thanks, Norman. I always say today there is no, even in the setup of leadership and management, there is no business and IT, even in our leadership. Because business in banking is technology. And I make a joke and say, if you come to the bank, you go to KCB, they make 60 billion shillings in a year. And you say you want to see that money. It's nowhere, you will not see it. It exists somewhere in a system. Huh? It's just a spreadsheet, So it exists somewhere in the complex IT investment. Then they can run it, they can print a report, and it shows, here's the money. But on another note, that technology has surpassed. And my mother up country, she's holding her phone now. She wants to check her money. Mostly she's checking the balance every morning or every other time. What is the balance? And then she calls me and says, I can see there is what happened. Mom, it's your account, you know. But what I'm saying is, our people up country, And our people as customers, wherever they are, they need engagement with the banks. They come from a time when, they didn't trust banks. In fact, there's a joke that people used to go to the bank, withdraw their money, they count it to the last coin, then they bank it again. Eh? It's because there's a lack of trust, and that trust can only be built by ensuring that we are in touch with our customers, and there are many ways to do so. There is bulk SMSs that our communication departments or our communication divisions keep engaging our customers through. We must be ready and on the front end to ensure that we forestall any social media instigated, negative commentary on our systems or on the state of our banks. It must be out there. We must be sure that we are also in touch with our customers to hear their feedback and to engage them. Everything that we develop is for the purpose and for the sake of them. So we must be very close and tightly knit to their needs. The third one and the last one is to ensure that the systems and the solutions we develop, first of all, they are always available and they are always secure. There is nothing that scares everyone like hearing that there is a cyber thing, that money was lost and so on and so on. And we must ensure that our customers are well briefed on assurance that everything is safe and secure. And lastly, for me, as a closing remark, is just to thank Inlaks. I know you worked. I don't think I had a moment to thank you for taking us through a very, very elaborate journey in our core banking migration. I think I trusted your skills. You have wonderful skills to deliver a project as complex as that. You also have a methodology that is well engaging, that ensures then the end results are actually what is desired and what is anchored in the business case for that reason. So thank you very much. Our customers are happy, our management is happy, our board is happy, our shareholders are happy. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Let me admit this. As Simon was talking, I was looking at Edna, and I could see her face lighting up. And the bosses are here. Edna.
Yeah, it's like he was reading my mind. So yeah, so I'm very happy when I hear my customers are happy, because at the end of the day, we do what we do because we want our customers to be happy and their customers to be happy. And maybe just to go back to the question that was raised, I think from a delivery partner perspective, I think I mentioned this earlier, communication is very critical. And through collaboration with our partners, the likes of NBK, they had a clear communication strategy to their customers. Remember, the demographic of NBK customers some of them are quite elderly, some are actually in the marginalized areas, but they did a very good job in terms of communication, and this was discussed continuously through the project. So communication is very important, and also, just to add on to that, as Inlaks, we develop solutions that cater to those gaps we may find are there. How do we help our customers reach those end customers? And this is because we operate across a very large area in Africa in terms of countries. We operate across sub-Saharan Africa, and every country will have its peculiarities. In some cases, they have to communicate in a local language to reach those who are in the far-flung areas. So for us, we take collaboration with our customers very seriously to ensure that when you're delivering this project, your customers feel the difference in terms of services, and also they're kept abreast of what is happening, and also to know their bank, which is our customer, is actually doing this for their benefit. So I think in terms of inclusion, we take that very seriously as part of our delivery to our customers as well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Fiona.
So I will keep mine brief because I believe the question has already been answered. Yeah. For me, I think my closing remarks would be, around how do you ensure a successful digital transformation journey. And I believe this is, there's three parts to it. The first is the product. What product are you going to use? What product are you going to utilize? And the second is the implementation strategy. You really have to delve into what is the implementation strategy and methodology that will be undertaken to ensure a time-sensitive implementation. And lastly, I believe it's resource and capacity building. Without empowering your teams internally to be able to support the technology, it is going to be a gap. So ensuring that you upskill is extremely critical, and the three put together will always ensure that you can transform digitally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fiona. Fidelis?
Yes, let me not dwell on what they have all said because I don't want to gainsay, but we have, as Kenya, moved our financial inclusion, and it's standing at about 85% today. That is a very high inclusion rate. We need to work on the access. Because yes, it's one thing to be included, it's another thing to actually use. So what we need to do is now improve on the usage. And there are several things we need to do from a customer perspective. The first one is globalization, localization. Bring simple solutions that deal with the customer's problems. There's no need of having the highest tech gadget and my mother in the village can't use. So we must globalize it to her situation so that she is able to interact with the solution. Number two, we must secure it. The Kenya Bankers Association runs campaigns on cybersecurity and online safety for all consumers because we understand Kenya is a digital ecosystem. So we must protect the consumers from things they know and things they don't know. So that campaign always keeps them to make sure that they don't reveal their PINs, their secure online transaction habits and all that. So those are the things we are trying to do to improve the customer experience. The other one as an industry we try to do is bring the cost down because that's another big barrier. So as we do industry initiatives like this, we are trying to bring costs of transactions down. Those costs must be passed to the customer so that they can enjoy the benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fidelis. I guess you're referring to, there was a campaign, Kaa Chonjo. Kaa Chonjo campaign.
I wanted to know whether you know it.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, I covered it. So Kaa Chonjo campaign, in French is Be Alert. Georgina, thank you so much, Fidelis.
And thank you so much, Norman. I mean, being last is both a good and a bad thing. Good thing is you get to hear a lot of insights. The bad thing is all the insights is exactly what you wanted to say. However, we still have a little bit more. So I think to the question raised by the lovely lady, trust really is about doing what you said you would do. Peter has covered it. He's going to do that. Simon, everyone, and Fidelis has put it well. But I think for the audience that is here, and I look at the CIOs, the technology leaders, everyone that's making things run. Technology has gotten a seat at the table. It's no longer about what is our value that we bring. So I did come across an interesting term lately, jargon monoxide. And that's what happens to us sometimes in technology, to the business leaders. So let's have a rallying call that let us say exactly what we are going to do and do exactly what we said we are going to do. It's time to put all the technology that we've been working hard on to good use. It's time that we grow the trust of our customers, reach them at their point of need, and ensure that because we have the seat at the table, make best use of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think because it's the tradition that has been established, I also have a parting shot. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about the rise of digital banking. This secure and convenient revolution in banking shows no signs of slowing down, with continuous advancements promising even greater possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much. Watu ya kamera, mko wapi? Unatandika hii picha kidogo. At least, there has to be evidence that indeed this took place. Yeah, there has to be evidence that this took place. So, ladies and gentlemen, as that is happening, let me take this opportunity to thank you very much. It has been an honor, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the Inlaks team. Thank you so much for the opportunity. As that is continuing, I want now to hand over to my friend Gustavo. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. Wapi makofi for the panelists. And my brother Norman Modibo, thank you so much. I see representatives from KCB, NCBA, thank you so much. I have accounts in all those banks. Whether they have money is another issue, but that's okay. The king of dormant accounts. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the next speaker or presenter, I'll request you to take out your smartphones. I doubt there's anybody here who doesn't have one. We want to do a small quiz. So scan the code on the screens. Once you've done that, then we can enter. If it requires you to give a game pin, the game pin is 3252931. It's there on the screen. Are we there? So, we're ready? I think we have a quiz inside there. I want just to be with you so that I'm not giving false information. My gadget has refused. Okay. Thank you. All right. So the nickname has been taken, surely. Homeboys, my nickname has been taken. Yes. Has anybody joined? Okay, give me my own nickname, please. King. All right, so now I have no visibility. Whose phone will I use? All right. You have no bundles, it's okay. You're in, so then you proceed. I see people there. Yes, I see Charles. I see Teki. I see Kachumbari. I see Jemo. I see Wanjiro. Then how do we proceed next? We have 53 people. 54. Thank you. I think we're around 70, 80 people in this room. Just one more minute, then we are all in, and then we proceed. How comes I don't have a nickname? We're done? All right. So we proceed with the game. Proceed. I see myself now. Thank you. All right. So next, where do we go? What's the question? Start. All right. How long has Inlaks been in the African market? Inlaks staff, you're not eligible. You can put your phones back in your pocket. I see the CEO was very happy. He was just about to win. All right. 35 people have got it correct. Well done. Next. I must appear there, surely. Okay. It's about the speed. What does the T in chat GPT stand for? Three people got it correct. Sure. All right. Charles is doing well. All right. What product are we launching today? That was quick. Well done. Somebody got it wrong. Anyway, it's okay. It's part of life. All right. Some people came for the tea. Anyway. What is the capital city of Burundi? Well done. No, surely. Okay. Kachumbari. Before Mount Everest was discovered, which was the highest mountain in the world, where? Difficult. Kachumbari sauce. Along which street would you find the Nairobi stone? You don't have any. The second last, which countries does this country model bank cover? Well done. And now, I think this should be the last question. Which animal is the fastest in the entire animal kingdom? All right. I am assuming we are finished. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Oh, wait. So we have number 3, that is Charles I. Who's Charles? Charles? Ish. You work for Inlaks. Charles is number 3, a round of applause for him. Number 2, the baddest. Ish. Are you the baddest? With 42.18. The baddest. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Jon Snow. Jon Snow from Game of Thrones. Jon Snow. Who's the winner? Where is he or she? Jon Snow. They must be working for Inlaks, that person. Jon Snow. Who's Jon Snow? Aye. Who's Jon Snow? We have a very good prize. Who's the winner? So somebody put a nickname and left. You can take on his behalf. That must be Edna. I have a feeling. I have a feeling Jon Snow must be Edna. So, ladies and gentlemen, by the powers vested in me as your MC, I declare the winner of that round of quiz to be the baddest. Oh, what does she win? What does she win? What does she win? iPhone 16. I am joking, I am joking, I am joking, I am joking. I am joking, I am joking. I am joking. Maybe a voucher in Java. Where is the prize? Where is it? Oh. Well done. Oh, ladies. Well, it's true. You have won yourself an iPhone 16. Wapi makofi. And you're going to collect the same at the Inlaks office along Riverside. They will give you the information. Thank you very much. I thought the prize was a voucher. I would have been more serious, but it's okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can go back to our program. So we'll be asking the next presenter to come up on stage, and that is none other than my boss, the COO at Inlaks. He's called Pradeep. Pradeep Saini is a seasoned technology leader with over 30 years of global experience in IT management. So he told me not to read the whole bio. He's a very good dancer. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi for COO Inlaks, Pradeep Saini. Thank you.
We started in good morning, so it's good afternoon now. Probably me and one or two more person from Inlaks team is standing between you and your lunch. Having said, it's great to be here. And the energy in the room imbibe what we as Inlaks team are known for. And we often say we are the one who owns tomorrow. So really appreciate all you to come here and be a part of this journey. Really, the enthusiasm, really appreciate that. Now, banking is no longer about deposits, loans, transactions. And I hope all of us acknowledge that. It is about empowerment, inclusion, economic transformation. Today, the way any people or we access the banking services is changing in a very, very rapid way, rather unprecedented way. Technology, partnership, innovation, reshaping the financial services, which kind of giving an value to the people to transform at individual level, at a financial level, and economics for the countries and the region. Inlaks, we at Inlaks, is not just a participant in the transformation. And I'm saying it with lots of responsibility on behalf of my team and my senior board members. We are not just a participant in the transformation. We are catalyst. We are catalyst alongside other partners from Temenos and other key players. We are the one working side by side with our customers, trying to reshape the banking in the region. Now let's today talk about what does it take to get to where we want to be. And what does it take in terms of partnership, technology, and more important, the vision, the leadership, and how do we get there. So for a minute, if we go back, thank you. If you look at what are the trends emerging, East African sector, rather particularly Kenya, is experiencing a rapid change by three factors. Digital banking adoption, and we heard stability. We heard from our MD this morning, look at the GDP number of Kenya. I mean, look at the currency status. I think that's what banking is, as I said, it's not about just taking loans, doing transactions. It is about economic transformation. Now, with all these things happening, we definitely a lot growth is changing. But eventually, we still have a part of the population which is unbanked. They are not have access to the prime or the formal banking services. We also have a situation where legacy banking is struggling, or rather under stress, to keep up demand with the digital. And I think it's time that we drive innovation and create impact. Now, we talked about how does collaboration. This is a world of collaboration where we bring value, you give us opportunity, and we create a meaningful impact. Collaboration is the cornerstone of this thriving economy. Now, and the collaboration is among banks, fintechs, technology partners, and of course, regulatory bodies has to be in the forefront. When that happens, we are bound to have success. We are bound to have success because eventually, we just heard, you actually don't have physical money somewhere. It is virtual. And to control that, even it's 24/7 you operate. You don't know. Therefore, someone need to regulate. Someone need to bring the security feature in place. Now, it is very difficult for one institution to bring all this together. Therefore, you need technology partner like us, Temenos, and outside a number of partners who are ready to take the responsibility so that you can focus on your business. At the same time, we recognize this value, what is the need. And therefore, we have this partnership in place. We have been here for 40+ years, which implies that we have a trust factor, and we know how does each economy, each country works in terms of localization. Our partner bring a global experience. We do that localization with you, which becomes a chemical composition of success. And I think that's what strategic partnership is about. Now, this is collaboration, strategic partnership. Let me just move. Sorry. The role of, and when you talk about collaboration, you talk about innovation. Eventually, need a lot of technology. Fiona talked about. She gives a lot of numbers to us, which only give us a forward-looking thought to all of us. Where is the world is heading to? Where is the spending going to be? And if you sit back and take a step back, and you will see that's a meaningful data, which eventually means that we need to focus on the direction, because when you put this together, it gives you lots of statistics where what does the customer thinks about it. And therefore, in today's world, when you bring technology, which is, and particularly in banking, technology goes about technology adoption in banking sector. It is about how do you create a meaningful customer experience. Today, the last panel anchor himself told us everything we heard in this room and outside this room is centered around customer. It's not only limited to banking, it is also any airlines, telecom, everything is centered on customization. And moreover, is customer and customerization, where you are specifically talking about individual needs. So how do you use technology in that area? There are a number of technology which is artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, which can give you a individual level experience. It is not a global solution, but it is as good as nothing for you if it does not meet your personal needs. Therefore, it is an opportunity for us to use this technology, create that impact, and make a win-win for you and your customer. Because eventually, we as solution provider, system integrator, along with our partner, we are not only want to make you happy, but your end customer happy. And that's the goal we as Inlaks team, along with the partners, is pleased to. So what does that we need to do? If we put together, we have discussed, and I think it is not about conversation, it's about action now. Therefore, I think we need to look into what matters to our business, where we want to be, use this partnership to your advantage, where we can make a meaningful impact to you, because we have been here for 40 years, so is our partners here. We can use this technology, give you the benefit which will help you and your customer and help us as well. So, and therefore, let us not just talk about changing the banking. To me, let's talk about transforming the banking. Thank you.
Wow, well done. I like Inlaks because they are short and precise. Very well done. Thank you so much. I've been requested and advised to now call another representative from Inlaks to speak about innovative services for today. Jonathan Shalomi, in the building. Yes, karibu sana. Thank you so much from Inlaks. A round of applause for Jonathan. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an opportunity for me to be here today to present for you Innovating Today for Tomorrow. Let me start by, let me go back. According to the word of, sorry, it's moving very fast. Okay? According to the word of Steve Jobs, get closer than ever to your customer. So close that you tell them what they need. Yeah, that you tell them what they need. You tell them what they need well before realizing themselves. How do you tell a customer what they need before realizing themselves? That is why we are here today to launch the modern bank, the country modern bank. What is the advantage of the country model bank? Faster to market, save cost, because the localized development is inside the country model bank, meaning that we're bringing this to the customer before they know. And it's innovative, because when the customer saves cost and the services are rendered to the customer as quickly as possible, your customer will be happy and ready to stay with you. That means we must what? Innovate and think of the future. Why innovation matters? It matters because the world is evolving rapidly. And we must follow. We can't stay where we are today because we must follow what is happening. And because service industries are being transformed, not only the service industry, even individuals have been transformed. I remember when my colleague FM was saying mobile phone was introduced, you press the green button, you press the red button. Today, if you go back to the villages, people are using Momo. They navigate Momo, even more than some of us who are not even using it. It tells you where technology has gone. So you cannot wait where you are. You must continue to innovate. Why innovate? You must innovate by what? Creating new services for greater what? Value. Because if you don't create new services for greater value, you can't earn more revenue. You must earn revenue. That is why you find out that our partners, Terminus and Inlaks, they spend a lot of money in research and development. R&D. We must follow. Example, nowadays you have the chatbot coming in, you have service kiosks, nobody is there. You go in there, you can withdraw your money, you can transfer, you can do whatever you want to do from the kiosk. So innovation is happening. Well, we have also from here, caring about the customer, global competition and market shift. We have sustaining it. We must make sure we do that. You must be customer-centric, because why are we in business? We are in business because of the customer. And that's why coming to launch Money Bank today is because of the customer. And the customer has those ones that have brought us with technology people here today, so that the customer will be able happy, and we must be agile and be what? Adaptive to the new business that's happening. What next? Everything is AI-driven. You have the chatbots, rising of experience-based services all over. You must not remain where you are. Call to action, meaning that rethink customer experience strategy, invest in technology, partner with startup. Don't run away from them. If you run away from the startups, because the fintechs are there to take the business away from the banking industries, you must partner with them. Listen to them. Step by step, you will win to a bigger level of transformation. In Africa, where we are today, in the morning, every morning, a lion wakes up and you want to make sure that it runs faster than the slowest gazelle. That the leopard also wants to make sure that it runs faster than the... So invariably, it means that you must keep on what? Running. Meaning that you must keep on innovating. Because if you don't even innovate, you can be evaporated. Thinking about Kodak, we were all using BlackBerry before, and Nokia. Thank you.
Wow. All right. We have representatives from NBK. NBK. Representatives from NBK in the building. All right, so we'll go ahead to the fireside chat. And I see this was supposed to be hosted by Edna. Yes, here she comes. There's a fireside chat on the experience on implementation. And this is supposed to be hosted by my boss, Edna. A round of applause so she comes up. Thank you very much. Take it there. All right. All right, so as we wait for one other participant, I'd like to call Joseph. Joseph is in the building. Joseph has a presentation on Inlaks digital solutions. It's a live demonstration. So you can take this up and then we will come back to the other session. A round of applause for Joseph Agiman Badu. Thank you so much.
I'm sure you're expecting this also to be very short, and I won't disappoint. It's going to be very short. This is a joint presentation, myself, Joseph, and I have my senior colleague in there, Tony, but he's shy of stages, so he asked that I take his slides. I'll be taking us through what we call Inlaks digital solutions. The big question here is, what next after the core banking applications, right? And I think a lot of speakers have spoken about it in terms of what we are doing in terms of the customer experience and engagement. At Inlaks, we do actually have quite a number of solutions that complement the core. And it's a tall list. I wouldn't go through all of them because the expectation is that you'll call us in for meetings so we can have that detailed conversation. But pretty much what we are saying is that though people are not investing in physical branches anymore, we're still not going to, close all of the ones that we already have. So what are we going to do about that? So Inlaks, we do have something around, we do have something around paperless as part of people also, which is customers, be it retail or corporate customers, to be able to onboard themselves as well. There is what we call the remote account or customer onboarding. And this is not only specifically for banks. I would like to state that everything we have here cuts across banks and many other sectors, and I'll show that. We also do have something around conversational engagement. And the most common buzzword is what we all know as WhatsApp banking. Another thing that Inlaks currently has as part of our services and solutions. We also do have CRMs. We have the mobile version of it, so you don't need to be seated behind your laptops to be able to do these things. As we have the king of dormant accounts in the house, we do also have something around, dormant account management. What's the point? Housing, quote unquote, ghost names, right? And so we have a system that's going to help you to reactivate these dormant accounts. And I think we will start from today with the MC. And we have something also around account reconciliation. Payment is coming through from different digital channels or avenues. And so it's also important to be able to do automated reconciliation when it comes to that. And as an IT house, also very strong when it comes to system integrations. We're very much open to bespoke. All of these, the underlying technology is more of AI. And so think of it, and we'll be more than happy to partner with you on any of them. The slides, as I mentioned earlier, we are happy to engage you in any of the, if it is a bank, it's called an account holder. If it is a school, it's called a student. At the end of the day, somebody is providing a service. And so what we are saying here is that we're happy to collaborate with you and then look at all of that. Now, in terms of the AI conversations that we also have here, what we're saying is that, and I think Fidelis from KCB mentioned that 85%, but the big question is reach, right? The person in that remote area who cannot type all of that English or may not even be able to type Swahili should be able to speak the Swahili to whatever channel that you have there, and then you provide the service. So whichever means, and those are some of the things that the solution actually does. Voice to voice, text to text, and voice to text. I speak, it transcribes, understand, and then responds back on the real time in terms of that. All of this together with the various use cases as you see on the screen. I promise to be very short, so I'm running through this. Also, there is a big conversation around, we've spoken about software as a service, cloud, and all of that. I think the only thing we also want to add to is digital as a business or digital as a core. And our strong partnership with Terminus actually allows us to be able to achieve this. On the core, which will be the Terminus core banking application, together with the various front-end channels or solutions from Terminus, complementing it with what we also have in-house based on our understanding of the financial space. Myself and Tony, hopefully we beat that new word. We came up with what we call customer as a service. Because at the end of the day, it's all because of that one customer. And so for us, we think a concept or a strategy called customer as a service is what should be driving all the things that we do as a business. We've indicated the various differences between that, which is digital as a business, and then coming up with digital as a core. In any of these areas, in terms of your journey towards digitization, we are more than happy to be a partner to go in there. But the ultimate, as I mentioned, is the one customer that we need to be serving when he needs to be served. There won't be any live presentations, We would rather have done it, and I'm going to show something we did. So this is something on the WhatsApp chatbot. Basically, instead of downloading a mobile app, because you have 3 bank accounts, you have to have 3 different bank accounts. You need to be updating it every day and all of that. We have the WhatsApp bank. And so this morning, I just told my chatbot to basically check my account balance for me and then also send my statement to my email. I put my email in there. Security, as we all said, is also one of the key things we do. And so as part of our deployment for AI, anything AI, we deploy what we call out-of-band authentication, which is because someone can take my WhatsApp and read my chat, whatever, we do it outside of WhatsApp. So you do it out there. If it works, it's connected, right? And so if it's successful, it reroutes you back into WhatsApp and then gives you exactly what you're looking at. So this is the response I got, and that's the out-of-band link. So we put a secure link in there. You put your PIN. If it's successful, it comes back and tells you the details. And I decided to give it a little flavor and said, Asante Sana, and I responded with Karibu Sana since we're in Kenya. Just was in here. The account statement also came to my email, so e-statement, it's all done, right? Also password protected. So in case it just landed in a wrong email, the person still needs to have your PIN to even be able to access that. This is according to us. You are bankers, you know these things better, and we're happy to engage and then take your advice in terms of process flow and how all of these things should work. Again, happy to collaborate, happy to, so this is the live presentation. You scan, just as we did earlier, and then it is going to usher you into the WhatsApp sandbox environment where you can try out all of these. You can create a new account, do anything as you would typically do, mobile banking application or any of those handheld apps. When you scan, you'll be asked to join a room. The moment you do that, it's going to welcome you, but it probably might not mention your name because your account is a brand new account. So you have to open an account, and then the next time you are doing it, it's going to address you as it addressed me as Joseph Ajiman to be able to do. But if it has to do with complaint, track even your sentiments and tell you, hey, listen, this customer who is engaging us is pissed off. So you probably would want to engage him differently, in that particular way. So that will be it. This is the live presentation for you. And I think my next slide is a thank you. Scan, my contact details are also there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're lucky the WhatsApp did not show your account balance. We were waiting. All right. All right, so we can get 3 chairs for the fireside chat, and then I think we can remove the podium so that we do the fire chat with Edna, my boss Femi, and Simon. Simon. Is he here? He's here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fireside chat. Karibu sana. All right.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We just have, within the next 10 minutes, I have somebody seated on the hot seat. Simon, I don't need to do a further introduction. Then Edna was a key person that actually closed the business when it comes to the National Bank of Kenya. Edna, what informed your decision to even approach NBK for a business?
Okay, just like any salesperson, I got information that NBK would be looking to invest in a new core banking. And I think having joined the KCB group, it was an automatic expectation that they'll want to change their core banking to align with the group so that their reporting and structures are similar to their group office. So I approached them, and I could say that's history now.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So after you approached them, what was the feedback from them?
Okay, so they shared with me what the expectations were in terms of what would the core banking do for them. In addition to that, they were also quite skeptical whether we would be able to deliver, having just started the relationship with the KCB group. And just to take you back, we had an engagement with KCB group for quite a while. And then they came to us as well, and we had these conversations. So as part of that conversation is that, they want to move NBK from a legacy system to T24 to align with the group expectation in terms of core banking compliance. So when we had this meeting, they told me, okay, Edna, we want to give you this job. Can you tell us how you're going to do it? And they had very high expectations of the partner they want to work with. First and foremost, they wanted a seamless project, as well as quick to market in terms of timelines, which were, at the time, we were talking of 9 months or so. So we had a couple of conversations around, so what do we expect also the bank to do? Because you cannot deliver a project alone as an implementer. This is a collaborative project, and we expected that the bank would have certain things in place for us to be able to deliver. And I'm very happy to say that we had this conversation and we told them, what would it look like to have a successful project? What do you need to do as a bank to have the right people, right processes, also having the whole bank be involved in the project? Because core banking projects are not just one entity. It involves the whole bank. So we had these engagements, and we started first as an advisory. When we started the advisory, they asked us questions around, so what do you think we need to do as a bank, and what do you think as Inlaks you can do for us in terms of ensuring that this project is successful? So we did have quite a number of engagements, and that's why we were successful. It's very important to have the bank fully committed to the project for it to be successful. Otherwise, as an implementer, it will be an uphill task because you can't do it alone.
Okay, thank you very much, Edna, for that. Simon, you're actually on the hot seat in terms of delivering on this project. What informed the transformation, aside from what Edna just said, that you wanted to align with the KCB group? What other information, what other transformational agenda was the bank pursuing to actually achieve that, they achieved the desired result?
Thank you, Femi, for that. The journey at NBK to get to T24 was one is what Edna has put across. It was to comply with the group requirement. KCB group, we needed to standardize and harmonize the core banking system, and KCB group is on T24, so we had no choice but to get to that. The second reason was we were running a different core banking system whose time and whose contract was coming to an end. And there was a lot of pressure to renew that contract, and failure to do so, there was a hefty penalty that was coming. That was the second reason, so we had to fast track the delivery of the T24 as a core banking system. Thirdly, it was time for our customers to experience something different. We have lived with our core banking system for well over 10 years, close to 10 years. What had come with that system 10 years earlier was completely different from what our customers were looking for at this point in time. We wanted to go digital, so we needed a platform that would allow us to digitize our environment. We needed a system that was possibly give us a journey to the cloud at the start. We wanted a system that would allow easy integration of many channels, and one that would allow us and give us a quick to market every time we need to launch a new product for a better experience for our customers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Simon, for that. I think you mentioned the third point. You wanted to give your customer a different experience. If you look back today, can you say you have done that or you have achieved that, giving your customer a different experience?
It's a journey.
Okay.
It's a journey. So what we put in place was a platform, and upon that platform we built a transformation journey, a digital transformation journey. We have achieved the core banking system onboarding. We are onboarding our different channels onto that core banking system. The ones we've already completed, our customers are really, really excited about that. But we have planned to do much more. We have plans to onboard more services, both in banking, but also in our insurance field, to integrate our insurance as an offering to our customers. We are also looking at enhancing the different capabilities that come with the T24 that sets the base for such a digital transformation. So we've already started the journey, Femi, but we cannot sit and say it's done and closed. It's an ongoing discussion. It's an ongoing engagement.
To have the right strategy in place, be it the resources within the bank, the executive support to work with us, also in terms of ensuring that the bank is meeting up with the agreed timelines and helping them resolve any challenges they have along the way. Number two, we as Inlaks, we also had to be well placed to have our resources in the project at the right time. Also to ensure that whatever we needed to support the bank in terms of any local customizations, we had the right resources within the team to be able to deliver that, and I think we did that very well. So at the end of the day, we were able to go live in 8 months instead of 9 months, and also helped the bank avoid the penalty of paying the incumbent provider additional licenses, which was quite hefty. I don't want to say the number, but it was quite hefty for the bank, and we felt that it would not be right if they had to pay that amount of money. So as a partner, we also take it as a personal endeavor to ensure our customers achieve what they want to achieve at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Simon, I know quite well, coming from a legacy perspective, getting a bank that's actually been on the same core banking for over 10 years, and then now you have to actually do something new in the bank. How were you able to actually impact the changes within the organization? Because, you know, people change is also very critical when you're about to go through such transformational journey. How were you able to do that in the bank as the lead person? Yeah. Because I knew you were sitting on the hot seat.
Yeah. When this whole journey started, I was sitting at KCB Group, and I was the acting group CTO, but I had to come back to NBK to ensure that this was delivered, and that was the agreement between me and my leadership. There are two things to it. It was not just a core banking system as we see it. It ended up being proper change management. There's so many changes that came through, and with that, it was not a purely technology change. And that's the other mistake that most of us in tech do make, or in leadership make. We assume is a core banking change, so it is a technology team to run with it. We did package this differently. It's a change in the bank, and technology is just one of the many components that will change with that. There'll be a change in people and the way they see things. There's a change in culture on how we do things. There'll be a change in processes. There'll be change in operations. These changes will cut across the entire aspect of the bank. And technology is an enabler. Technology will sit there, or rather, technology will change, but with it, everything else will definitely change. So we had to get somebody to sponsor it. The project sponsor was somebody completely out of technology. It was not me. It was actually our MD. He's the one to champion it as a change in the bank. And with that, it came with different work streams. There was a work stream for people. There was a work stream for operations. There was a work stream for processes. There was a work stream for everything. And with people, there is training in there. There is the best practices that we needed to adopt. There was a change in ways of working, and so on and so on. So I came in from technology to be the biggest supplier of that entire change by changing the core banking system and ensuring that we are working with, every stakeholder in that entire range was actually tuned to deliver the bigger change other than just the core banking upgrade. And so we formed a STIECO. There was an internal STIECO that composed of all the directors in the bank. And then there was the project management team that not only included the bank, but also incorporated all the partners and stakeholders to the change. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to the two of them. Thank you very much. Simon, congratulations for that, because it was an Herculean task for you to be able to pull that through.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for support. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right. Thank you. Round of applause for the fireside chat. Thank you so much. We are coming towards the end of this summit. And we have a presentation by... Oh. Nice. Smile. All right, thank you. All right. Inlaks IBU. Inlaks IBU. A presentation by Charles. Charles is in the building. A round of applause for Charles as he comes up to make a presentation on Inlaks IBU. Thank you very much.
Actually blocking the... Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Charles. I provide leadership to the infrastructure business, which is another arm of Inlaks business. So I'm here to take it further from where my colleague stopped, by further exposing you to what Inlaks does as a business. And on this note, I want to say good afternoon to every one of you. Okay, I'm going to be skipping this presentation very smart because quite a number of us would want to go for lunch. But let me take it from our solutions. So we have some banking applications, an enterprise business, and data center, e-banking service, and managed data center services solution. Now, these are very key in our business in Inlaks, especially in the area of data center. And I know that quite a lot has been said about data center business of Inlaks.
And we have been able to build some data centers. And there is a particular bank also, which is about 500 kilowatts of data center. That is what we have built, and this is one of the major areas and renewable energy. Renewable energy that has solar systems, batteries, and inverters. And these are 5 kVA, 8 kVA, and 10 capacity in terms of that. And other enterprise infrastructure solutions, ATM monitoring solutions. And we have different kinds of ATMs and kiosk business, which you will be seeing very shortly. And in terms of recognitions, which shows how quality our services are, we are ISO certified, and also we have some solutions that drives compliance according to CBN regulations. And we are also strategic partners to so many other financial institutions and microfinance. Okay? So some other OEMs that are even into ATM business. And we have our ATM BI, which provides our ATM Insight, which provides some forms of analytics. It can tell you the performance of your ATM at every point in time. And of course, we have an intelligent camera solutions if it does not meet with the requirement as stated by CBN. And of course, we have some banking, digital banking solutions. And we are also into solar mobile bank truck. This is focused on taking banking services to communities, the rural areas, where the bank does not actually want to invest much into physical structure. We have this mobile truck, and it is solar enabled, and you can perform all your transactions that you will have done, assuming you go into a physical bank branch. And of course, we have the capability to upgrade your ATMs. In case you have procured your ATMs and is currently running on an operating system, Windows 7, we have the capability at Inlaks to help you upgrade to Windows 10. Maybe you don't want to acquire a new ATM at that particular point in time. And of course, we have some biometric solutions that comes with different levels of authentication. We are also capable of generating your instant card personalization. We have card personalization machine that can print card for your customers. Instead of going there, and all the intention is just to bring down the queue in your bank branch. So they can go there, and with just going through just 3 steps, they are able to print their cards by themselves. And of course, we have the ATM monitoring solution and contactless, ATM contactless solution we have. Then in terms of power solutions, which I have discussed with you, of course, it's all about your data center infrastructure, which is managing your big data. And in this one, we do it modular. We can build your data center for you in a form that is scalable. So you don't have to start big. We can your specification or what you are able to afford at that point in time, and later you can begin to scale up in your data center build. And not only that, we also do some managed service that with your data center, you want to focus on some other strategic area of your business, we can help you to manage it, and you'll be able to do your business seamlessly. So these are some of those things that we do, and we also have solutions that can enable you to monitor the performance of your data center remotely, especially for the executives. So you want to know what is happening at your data center remotely, we have the capability of doing this. And currently, we are into partnership with 2 different OEMs. We have Vertiv, and of course, we have Schneider. Vertiv in the area of your solar system or data center, and of course, Schneider in the area of your solar systems, which you can do in terms of inverter, batteries, and the solar panel. So we have some digital banking solutions that has the various capabilities that we have shown you. The next generation ATM, our cash dispenser, we have cash recycler, and we have mobile contactless ATM. In terms of cash dispenser, I've already told you, it's like, very slim. And of course, if you are trying to manage your space in your banking environment, then you need to come for the Hyosung ATM. That is the brand that we promote across Africa. And of course, we have cash recycler, which is the modern technology. Here, what we are saying is we have ATMs that allow you to make withdrawal, and at the same time, ATM that you can make a deposit. And with simple, very restricted manual intervention, the cash that is deposited by your customer can also be readily made available for withdrawal at your ATM point. And of course, we have the mobile contactless ATM. And this is a technology that Inlaks came up with, especially is that you can make withdrawal from your ATM without necessarily touching that ATM. So we have that ability where you can pre-stage your ATM transactions. You can state the amount that you want to do or withdraw at the comfort of your mobile devices, going through some few steps of authorization. And by the time you get there and you just tap the contactless reader on your mobile device, your money is out. Or we also have the capability of making you scan a QR code and your cash is being given onto you. And of course, we have some other ATM value-added services, like the biometric withdrawal need for the under the pressure of how to become a profitable organization. And of course, you know that the demand and the need of your customer are on the increase. So these are challenges that banks need to catch up with. And we at Inlaks, we have been able to come up with some cost reduction and high-performing solutions like the ATM and that we have spoken to you, and even in kiosk that can enable you to reduce your cost while maintaining that can reduce differentiation of your operations. And of course, we are talking about here that our ATM, the new cash dispenser, is slim, is secure, and superb. And of course, it allows you, it comes also at a highly reduced cost, and so you can stay ahead of competition. Then this is our teller cash recycler. Like I told you, it has different components. You can do your cash transfer on it, and not only that, you can do your complaint management. These are some of the additional services that can be achieved with your teller cash recycler. We have started doing some POCs in some countries, and currently we have patronage of some of our banks, and that is why we are presenting it here in this program for the banks that are present so that you can engage us. Sorry. Okay. All right, I think I've spoken about mobile contactless ATMs. Then we also have some complementary solutions that I have also mentioned that our ATM is capable of doing. And of course, our ATM monitoring solution, which is capable of doing some fault management, journal management, remote software control, preventive measures, asset management, and it also comes with some reporting capabilities. Then these are some of the digital self-service kiosks that we have. This is another form of ATM, but just that you don't take cash from this. But apart from taking cash from your ATM, every other bank services, you can do it on your kiosk. You can do your fund transfer. Of course, you can do your wallet management. You can do your account opening and loan origination. You can make your bill payment, and you can also request for your card. We have done it. We have some success stories. We have done it for some banks, like First Bank. We also did it for Access Bank, for Zenith Bank, and for Wema Bank. So it's available, and we are proposing it for your bank. And of course, we have instant card issuing kiosk, which I have mentioned. It comes with its own printer that will enable you and your customers to print their cards. Sorry. Okay, so this is the concept we are proposing to Kenya Commercial Bank for your kiosk and your instant card printer. Just 3 steps. You repeat your account number, you do some validation, put in your PIN, and your card is printed. And also, this is for instant card printer, and this is for kiosk, for all other services that you do, except cash taking. We're also proposing this to Equity Bank and every other bank in this region. So we are available for your consultation, and we will be able, with our expert, we can come to your office, whether physical or virtual, we are able to engage, and then we can do a demo of our solution to you. So these are our value proposition. It makes your operation very efficient, and of course, it will promote your brand, and it gives your customer a better user experience. And it also helps you to attract more customers. So these are some of the mobile trucks that we have done for some of our customers, and we are available in case you want it, especially when you are targeting some rural communities. We can help you to build this. It is solar powered, and it has that, with every other thing you can do inside a particular bank. This is part of our offering at the Infrastructure Business Unit. Okay, I think it's almost done. All right, this is where we are currently and where we plan to be. So we are taking it country by country coverage.
That's amazing, Charles. Thank you very much. There's only one solution you don't have. Only one calling so that we can proceed in that direction. Thank you very much.
The appropriate thing to do at this stage is actually to say thank you. It's been a very, very exciting morning. Tech origination. In short, I was saying that, oh, yourself, and we celebrate with this. We thank you specially. Of course, our wonderful MC, Gustavo. And of course, you start by also showing appreciation to our own staff, Inlaks staff, over 500 of us across Africa. We thank you. The organizing committee. I will somebody that I can only address as Chairperson Africa. Chairperson, okay. So thank you, Regional Director. She has a standing title of Chairperson, and there's only one person holding that title. She's a wonderful lady. Thank you very much. And, you know, most of us in senior management, every week we say, what's that your list? You follow up every week. What's this? We follow up on what? The list. Tracker. We say tracker, tracker, tracker. There are the real people who do the work. And I would like Jonathan and his team to stand up for recognition. I think on behalf of the board and management of Inlaks, no, keep standing. I actually want to say special thanks to these gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. They're over currently in town. So we have only 4 because the other 46 are held back by clients. That CBK, that MBK, they are the real people that do the job. You heard the commendation we received. So when a customer says, thank you, that you've done wonderfully, forget those of us who wear tie and ask questions, always. Those are the real people, and I will ask Jonathan to please tell all the colleagues, particularly those of them working in the projects here, that they are very highly appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, again, we've come to the end. We've come to the end. I thank everybody. We've used the expression globalization. It looks a long word, but having been tutored by Professor Ivan, we wanted a way to explain model bank in simple language, which is take a global world-class product, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure being with you today. Thank you.
All right. A round of applause for the CEO. Thank you so much. As we see and the team, obviously, and some of your clients. Stage, please, or up on stage. Everyone who came to this summit today, so that so just go up. And we all smile a little bit. Who is missing? Well, let's smile a little. Ish. Ben Abe. Been summoned. All right. Looking amazing. Thank you so much. Another one for clarity. Well done. So one last smile. Oh, for the ladies. Oh, thank you. All right, okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served. Just before we walk out, we'll sing the national anthem, and then we'll bring this digital banking summit to a close. So, indulge me for 1 minute as we go back to our seats. And then we sing the national anthems. All right. Upstanding. We can be upstanding as we sing the first stanzas of the Kenya national anthem and the East. Restaurant. It has been a pleasure.